and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please be seated. Item number 2 is the invocation. For that, our friend Rabbi Mordecai Griffin. Welcome, Rabbi.
Welcome. Good to see everybody tonight. Let us pray. Adonai, we thank you that you should give wisdom to the mayor, to the city council, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Grant understanding to make right and just and good and favorable decisions that will maintain the peace and prosperity of our city and our citizens. Father, we thank you also that you should protect our police and firefighters, first responders, all the city administrators. Give everyone joy and peace and prosperity and good understanding. We ask these things in the merit of the Messiah Yeshua. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. Item number 3 is audience participation. That's covered on the video screen. Please silence your cell phones, devices, etc. If there's any posted action item you wish to speak on, please see the city secretary. You can speak on any item that is posted. We will gladly hear from you. Moving on. Item number 4 is consent agenda. A is action regarding minutes from June 18th. B is action regarding authorization of individual project order, IPO, for FM 156 utility relocations. C is action regarding authorization of Amendment 1 to an individual project order for BNSF utility relocations. D, action regarding approval of Planet Kids Youth Program contract. Any questions? I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, are you going to pull something? I make a motion that we pass the consent agenda.
Second.
Second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? There are none. Thank you. Let the record state we do have a quorum. Item number 5, recognition of city staff involved in recent storm cleanup. For that, City Manager Gabe Rayon.
Mayor and Council, good evening. If you recall, on May 29th, about 1:30 p.m., was eating. I have to confess to you, I was not in Saginaw city limits. I was at Mod Pizza, which it's their fault, but located in Fort Worth, our good friends. So I'm eating pizza, eating lunch a little late, and I see these ominous storm clouds, and reflect back to my upbringing and, my dad on the farm. And when we see storm clouds like that, it's like, hey, it's time to go outside and watch. I exercised better judgment, headed back to City Hall. By then, if I recall, the storm was coming from west to east, and incredibly heavy rain, winds. Our alert sirens are going off, and our code red system had sent out text messages and calls alerting residents to stay indoors and to exercise caution. So a little bit of a lesson. The National Weather Service, the day after the storm, May 29th, made an official declaration that Saginaw experienced an EF0 tornado. Googled it. Google knows everything. EF stands for the Extended Fujita Scale, which is a way since the 70s to categorize storms. An EF0 storm has winds in excess sustained of 65 miles an hour. So we had 65-mile plus hour winds sustained in Saginaw. I'm happy to report that no sooner had the storm passed and the sirens stopped that your city staff, my coworkers, and people I just love being around, were out taking care of business. I can't put it any way better. So we have a number of staff that I'd like to recognize, stand up in the audience from a number of departments, and I'm going to read some names. Also do want to recognize our solid waste contractor, Waste Connections. They were very accommodating and tried to get storm debris along with our Public Works Department. Those involved with the storm cleanup in Public Works were Randy Newsom, Randy Edwards, Paul Rosinski, Jeremy Cutler, Chris Greasing, Jimmy Smith, Corey Smith, Ray Hatton, Jonathan Reams. I'll give Jonathan credit for a tie. I believe it's Boswell colors. Hal Sinclair, Dylan Cutler, and Bryce Apple. That was from our Public Works Department. From the police department, we were without signalized intersections for a few hours, so Saginaw PD had the following individuals responding: Lieutenant Jose Murillo, Sergeant James Crippen, Sergeant Christine Gayton, Sergeant Damon Ing, Sergeant Mark Andrus, Corporal Kayleen McDonald, Corporal Dusty Mayhew, Corporal Tammy Dennison, Officers Bernal, Manning, Schultz, Stanley, Stewart, Taylor, Torres, Gonzalez, Schrock, Dunks, Hernandez, and Anderson. We also want to recognize our dispatchers who were very busy after this event: Sandy Murillo, Grisel Castro, and Karen Saldana, as well as Shanda Price, and our public service officer, Homer Reyes. No mention of the police department can be complete without acknowledging the fire department. It's just the dynamic that exists, much like brothers. You have to mention both, but do want to recognize our fire department personnel on duty: Chief Spears, Chief Craver, Captain Paul Burns, Captain John Tadlock, apparatus operators Josh Speltz and Brian Hunter, firefighters Tony Tyson, Cody Brady, Eric Munoz, and Austin Pittman. Also want to acknowledge our community members in CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team, particularly Chuck Inman and Paul Faligi. They were in the Emergency Operations Center and have been a couple times after this time monitoring storm conditions, assisting the department, and doing what they can to help. So thank you. The mayor really likes pictures. I don't know if we can get a picture of everyone present.
You should.
I've thought about this long and hard, but I want to call these folks the Stormtroopers. That's not a Forrest Gump reference either.
No.
I think y'all gonna have to squish together sometime.
We're talking brotherly love.
I know. Y'all gonna have to squish together. You can't put all dog in one. All right.
Y'all don't have to leave. Y'all could stay if you want to. But.
I know.
All right, thank you. And thanks a lot, Gabe, and thanks to the whole staff for that excellent response. Moving on. Item number 6, oath for a new council member. We lost Mr. Flory, you gained Mr. Beasley. So, Mr. Beasley, meet me out here at the lectern.
He's gonna take pictures when I move. Okay, we gotta move. We're sitting in the wrong place.
Una mas.
All right, so Janice is not here, so she has delegated the duties to me, which I will gratefully undertake. So I'm going to read the oath of office from the state of Texas. So, I, state your name. You raise your hand, right? Good. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of City Council Place 1. Nope. Of the city of Saginaw and the state of Texas, and will do to the best of my ability. Are you supposed to read, sorry. You're supposed to read what I say. You're supposed to follow it. Yeah, let's start over. See, that's why Janice does it. All right, so I
Charles Beasley,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
of
City Councilman Place 1
of the City of Saginaw,
of the City of Saginaw,
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and the laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
and the ordinances of the City of Saginaw.
and the ordinances of the City of Saginaw.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Sir, congratulations. Don't go yet. Hold on. Official suitable for framing.
Oh, by the way, Charles, you got to sit up here now.
Welcome.
Welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, welcome aboard, Charles.
Thank you.
Item number 7, election of a mayor pro tem. So we're about to do something we haven't done in a long time. We've had the same mayor pro tem since I've been on the council, since probably '06, I believe. Mr. Flory took over mayor pro tem. We will elect a new mayor pro tem this evening. Mayor pro tem is 1 year. I will read from the charter some of the duties of the mayor pro tem. This is Article 6 of our charter. It says the mayor pro tem shall be elected from among the members of the city council, shall be elected each year at the first regular meeting following the general election, and shall, in absence or disability of the mayor, perform all the mayor's duties. There's listed in there all the mayor's duties, which I think you know. So that's the mayor pro tem job. It is for 1 year only, 1 year, and then we re-up every year. Mr. Flory's done it for several years. We will get a new one this year, which will have some work. I will miss meetings. I will miss items. If I can't go to any public event, the mayor pro tem can take my place. So it's an important job. Is elected among us, among the city council. So what I'd like to do is I would like anyone who is interested in the job to really just say, hey, I'm interested, and here's why. Here's why I think I'd be good at it, and here's why I think I should be picked for this job. I just like to hear from anybody who's interested. So anybody who wants to state their case, say, hey, I'm interested, raise their hand or let me know. Mary, go ahead.
Yes, I would consider it an honor to serve in the capacity of Mayor Pro Tem. I do have some qualifications. I was the acting chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission for another city prior to moving to Saginaw. I was a corporate trainer for a Fortune 500 company. In the 2 years and 2 months that I've been on city council, I haven't missed a meeting. So that's quite important. You would want your mayor pro tem to be here if your mayor's not. Mm-hmm. And I believe that my personality is such that I can be welcoming and professional and tactful.
Thank you, Mary. Anybody else? Anyone else want to discuss?
Well, I would
Valerie,
like-
please. Go ahead.
I would be interested in being mayor pro tem also. I've been on the council for a while, and I've lived in Saginaw for, 50-something years. We're not going to go that far. But anyway, I think I can be welcoming also and help you out. And so
Excellent.
I'd like to be.
Thank you, Valerie. Anybody else want to state their case?
And I guess
Cindy, go ahead.
I guess I'll jump in on the bandwagon too. I don't want to be the odd woman out. But, I would be honored as well to serve Mayor Pro Tem and to work alongside you as I have these last couple of years. I think that I've shown my dedication to the citizens of Saginaw by helping the Camelot Square apartment residents. I'm real happy to announce that in April we were looking at 119 families that had to move out, and we're below 60 now that have found that we still need to get placed. So that's over half of them have new homes. They're beautiful new places. Unfortunately, they're no longer in Saginaw, but they do have a home, which is important to me. I love this city. I love the heart of this city, and it would be just an honor to continue helping the residents in a higher capacity.
Thank you, Cindy. Excellent. Bryn, would you like to just explain to us how the voting needs to go on this and how that works so everybody is clear?
My suggestion is that you employ the same method that you do for every other item. Entertain a motion and a second. It's essentially a majority vote threshold for ultimate appointment. If a motion were to fail or to not receive enough affirmative votes, then my recommendation would be for you to entertain a follow-up motion.
So the first person to get 4 votes, essentially? Okay, excellent. All right. Anybody else want to throw their hat in the ring or discuss? If not, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we elect Valerie Tankersley as Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Patrick. Is there a second?
I second that.
Charles, thank you. All right. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Cindy? You can vote for yourself.
Oh, okay.
You going to vote against yourself?
Well, I didn't know.
Raise your hand again. Everybody. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4. I think that passes. Valerie, congratulations.
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 All right. Item number 8, consideration and action regarding appointment of members to Crime Control and Prevention District. For that, Gabe Rayam.
Mayor, past practice of the City Council has been to have City Council members serve as Crime Control and Prevention District Board of Directors, so it's recommended to you that our newest council members serve on that board alongside the mayor and the rest of the council.
Okay. So if everybody's got that Board of Directors list up. Mr. Floyd was the chairman, so we will need a new chairman. We'll need to appoint Mr. Beasley, and everybody else will remain the same. So I will entertain discussion on who would want to be the chairman. This board meets once a year, if I'm correct. I believe only once a year. It could meet more if necessary, but usually typically it's once a year before a council meeting. We have a chairman, vice chairman, and the rest are members. It's a pretty quick meeting, but it is a good meeting to talk about the CCPD. So anybody want to be chairman? Anybody not want to be chairman? It doesn't have to be me. It can be anybody on the board of directors.
So, Mr. Mayor, I thought that was always the consolation prize of being the Mayor Pro Tem.
We certainly could do it that way. There's no precedent. We could do it if we want to.
That's fine.
Is everybody okay with that?
Fine with that.
Okay. Then I will entertain a motion to state that and to add Mr. Beasley.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we appoint Valerie Tankersley as chairperson of the CCPD, and we appoint new council member Beasley to the board.
Okay.
I'll second.
A second. Cindy, second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right. Excellent. Thank y'all. Thanks to Janet for putting all this stuff together. Even though she's not here, she's still running the meeting and keeping us straight. Item number 9, consideration and action regarding Resolution 2019-15, bank signatures. For that, Kim Quinn, Finance Director.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Again, this is a housekeeping item. Past practice has been that the Mayor Pro Tem is on the bank list of bank signatories, and we just need to replace the former Mayor Pro Tem with the new Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so we need a motion to do so, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So all the other listed folks will stay the same?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I will entertain a motion to do so.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we remove past Mayor Pro Tem Flory from the list of signatories for bank signature and appoint the new Mayor Pro Tem Valerie Tankersley as approved signatory for bank signature.
I'll second that.
Charlie, second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? There are none. Excellent. Let the record reflect we have a full quorum now that we have seated Mr. Beasley, so we are 7 strong. All right, item number 10. We're on 10, right?
Yes.
We're on 10. Item number 10, consideration action regarding board appointments to Advisory Recreation and Parks Board, Animal Shelter Advisory Committee, Board of Adjustments, Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, Planning and Zoning Commission. For that, City Manager Gabe Rayam.
Mayor, these appointments are entirely up to the City Council. You have in your packet a list of current board members, many of which on the various boards and commissions have expressed a desire to continue their service. There are some new applicants for various boards and commissions along with their preferred order of service. So we are happy to receive feedback from you to make the appointments, and they'll be effective after you take action.
Can we pull up this page on the screen? Please. So it has been our practice in the past that we only replace folks if they leave town, resign, or miss meetings, miss a lot of meetings. The council appoints, and then we leave them alone. How citizen committees work, we do not direct citizen committees, we just appoint and let them do their work. We don't attend committee meetings. I don't attend meetings and direct people and tell them what to do. None of us do. These are very much independent meetings, and so we appoint and then leave them alone. We don't remove them for a decision that we disagree with. We only remove them if they move out of town, resign, or just can't make the meetings. It's one of the only really things for the office is you have to be able to attend meetings. So on the list here, I have counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that need replacements. Starting with the Advisory Recreation Parks Board, place 1, Travis Albritton resigned. Place 3, Mr. Charles Beasley, elected to council, need to replace him. And then alternate 2 is vacant. So that is 3 for the Recreation Parks Board. Scrolling down, Animal Shelter Advisory Committee, place 2 is vacant. I do not believe there's any requirement on place 2 that they are part of animal welfare organization or shelter operations. I believe that is just an independent person. Okay. Moving down to Board of Adjustments, alternate place 2 is vacant as well. And then Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, place 1, Mr. Nolte is resigning, so his is open as well. So that's 6 total. One question on the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, Gabe. Under place 5, it says must be involved in real estate. Is that requirement for any of the other places, or is that just?
Mayor, I believe there's a requirement that 2 of the members of that board be involved in real estate, and the 2 that are currently involved are still on the board.
So they are? So Mr. Carter, Mr. Parrish are involved in real estate?
Well, Mr. Parrish and then one of the others whose place isn't up
Oh,
this time.
I see. Okay. So this person does or doesn't have to be involved in real estate. Okay. Excellent. So if you look on your sheets, all the applicants for boards, and we also have a list of what they're interested in serving on. How we have done this in the past, if you know someone, hey, this person is great, they would be great for X, glad to hear that. Let's hear that feedback. If not, we can place based on their interest. So on this list, I guess we have a list of however many people here. Anybody have personal knowledge of any of these folks and think they'd be a good fit for any of these committees? Don't all speak at once. And I looked, I do not think, well, I do actually know, I know Mr. Leo Moore, not very well. He's the new owner of the Lone Star Animal House. I think he would be great for the Animal Shelter Advisory Committee. He does have a love of dogs, and I've been to his new business. So he might be one. There's one place open on the Animal Shelter Committee, I believe. There is.
It's place 2.
Place 2. Would everybody be okay with that? You okay with that one? I don't know him well,
No
but I do know,
objection.
and I know he is very much an animal lover. All right, so Mr. Moore on the Animal Shelter Advisory Committee. All right, then if we don't have any other personal knowledge, let's start at the top of the list. Advisory Recreation Parks Board.
First one that I see is Mike Colgrove with the number 1 associated with him, top of the list. I do not know Mike Colgrove.
Okay. Everybody want to put him on? You okay with that?
I have no objection.
Mr.
Go. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead,
I
Mary.
made an attempt.
Okay.
I don't know how successful I was to try to match the requests of the people wanting to be on certain boards, and some of them only wanted to be on one. Some of them said wherever needed.
Sure.
Some of them said, 1 or 2. And I noticed, if I understood it correctly, that Mike Colgrove, who I do not know, I believe he might have been the only one who wanted to be on the Board of Adjustment. So maybe it would make sense to put him on there, and I don't know if he's here. So I tried to match the requests with the openings.
The Board of Adjustment that's an alternate position, right?
Yeah, alternate number 2.
It is, yeah.
and we have 3 vacancies. I think the challenge is we actually have 2 vacancies in parks that are not alternate positions. So I think there's a pretty heavy priority in the parks at this point. We cannibalized part of it today.
No.
We
But,
do have several
And that brings,
people that
brings up a good,
wanted to be on that.
that brings up a good point, Patrick. What we have done in the past is move the alternate, the Stone Committee, up to place. So we can move Charity DeVille up to place 1 or place 3, and then bring in the folks as alternate. So that's what we've done in the past if we want to do that. That's a good thing that I did not mention before.
I think that that's appropriate. And since we do have an alternate available to us in parks, I would recommend that we would move Charity up to one of either place 3 or place 1,
Okay.
so that we only have 1 place vacancy, and we address the issue that Mary has brought up, that we only have 1 candidate that has expressed interest in the Board of Adjustments. So I think that solves the alternate problem. Good
Okay.
catch.
All right, Mary, so remind me which was Mike Colgrove was Board of Adjustments, right?
Adjustment.
All right, let's put him on Board of Adjustments.
Then that leaves 3 for the Parks Advisory.
Somebody over there writing this down? Or do I have to, okay, thank you. Thank you, Stacy.
So we need to appoint 1 more to Parks. And Nathan, I hope I don't butcher this, it looks like it's Winstock.
Yeah.
He is listed as first choice. I have no objection to that.
Everybody else okay with that? Mr. Weinstock, he's on the Advisory Records and Parks. He will be place, if we put Charity DeVille at place 1, put him at place 3? Okay. So we still need to put another alternate on the Recreation Parks Board.
Brandy Cable expressed a desire to be on that board.
Okay. So put Brandy?
Yeah, I don't know her, but she did express a
Yeah.
desire.
Everybody okay with that?
Brandy,
Brandy Coble?
Okay.
no objection.
Brandy Coble will be alternate 1. Right?
Yes.
I know, she'll be alternate. Yeah. So then we still
So,
have
yeah, alternate 2, we moved alternate
1,
1 up.
so we need another alternate.
So that gives us actually 2 alternates at this point. Is that correct?
Well, there was another one.
So Brandy Coble will be one of the alternates. Nathan Wystock is place 3. Charity's place. So we need an additional alternate. We need alternate number 2 for the Parks Board.
Alyssa Grayson looks like she wants on the Advisory Board, the Parks.
Okay. Want to put Alyssa Grayson? Everybody okay with that?
Well, hold on one second. It looks like she's capital improvements top of her list, and we have a vacancy there.
We're putting Mike, what was his name? Mike Colgrove on Board of Adjustments, right?
No, Board of Adjustments, but
Capital
capital
Improvements,
improvements,
I'm sorry.
I think we have a place 1.
Yeah, so Mike is on.
So I would suggest that Alyssa be placed as place number 1, capital improvements, since that is top of her list.
Yeah. Alyssa Grayson, okay?
So we still have a position vacant
On the Parks, yeah.
in the Parks.
So Christopher Gonzalez, put that on his list as well.
He was, Christopher's also recommended by Randy Newsom.
Is he? Okay.
All right.
Done. Christopher Gonzalez will be alternate 2 on the Parks Board. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
All right, so have we, no, we filled everything then.
I have a question about planning and zoning. Rick or Gabe, whoever knows the answer. Are there, I know that all 3 of those wish to be reappointed, but are there only 3 people? Do we not have some vacancies on that board?
Which board,
we have
which board are you talking about, Mary?
Planning and zoning,
Well, these are the vacancies that are up this year. Remember, they're 2-year terms, so there's several that are not up this term, this year. They'll be up next year.
Okay, so the only ones that were up, they all wanted to be appointed, but that doesn't mean we only have 3 people.
Right.
Okay.
There's a place 1, a place 3, and a place
I was worried
another alternate.
we
Yeah.
didn't have enough people.
Because I didn't mention all the boards are 2-year terms, so they're every other year. So in 2020, the other folks will need to be up. So okay. So do we have a good list? Staff, do we have this list?
I'm going to read it back.
Let's read it back.
Okay, just in name order, Brandy Colby. I have it as Advisory Parks Board. Mike Colgrove.
And she's alternate number 1.
Alternate number 1. I didn't write down their places, so.
I did. So okay.
Okay, so Mike, you want to go ahead and read it off?
Yeah, I'll go from the top. So we moved Charity DeVille to place 1 at Recreation Parks Board. We moved Nathan Weinstock to place 3. We appointed Brandy Coble to alternate 1 and Christopher Gonzalez to alternate 2 for the Parks Board. Is that correct? That match whatever said? Okay. We nominated Leo Moore to vacancy of place 2 in the Animal Shelter Advisory Committee. We nominated Mike Colgrove to alternate 2 on the Board of Adjustments. And we nominated Alyssa Grayson to place 1 on the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. Does that match what everybody? Is that correct?
Do we need a motion?
You got that? Staff, we got that? I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we make the appointments as read by Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Excellent. Thank you. And thank you, staff. I know this is a lot of work. I appreciate it. And thanks to Janice for her hard work as well.
Todd, I do have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
About the Keep Saginaw Beautiful Committee. I know we don't appoint those people, but we had, if I counted correctly, I think we have 4 people, for too many people to appoint everyone who wanted to be on a board
Right.
to be on a board.
That's correct. Yeah.
We had 4 extra people. So I didn't know, and some of them expressed a desire to be on that. So would it be possible for that committee to take these names into consideration?
And to contact those folks, see if they're interested? I think that's a great idea. Let's give that to Janice as an action item. So, excellent. No, that's good. Good catch, Mary. Absolutely agree. Okay, moving on to item number 11. Consideration and action regarding ordinance number 2019-11, adoption of a strategic plan, Saginaw Vision 2033. For that, City Manager Gabriel.
Mayor and Council, I'm happy to bring this document for your review and action this evening. So just to take a step back and talk about how we got here. One of the things actually asked of me through the hiring process for my position was to present a general idea of a strategic plan for the city, which is something very common to many cities. And cities that focus on long-term goals are the cities that are successful. They don't get drawn off sides on trivial issues or whatever the political strife or conflict of the day is. So keeping that in mind, we're thinking of this plan as a 15-year guiding document. It has no legal authority in any sense, not legally binding, other than it's worth your consideration to adopt. So I'm going to go through this document. There are 2 exhibits in your packet, kind of step by step. Happy to answer any questions along the way. I want to start right here. The vision, and this, you'll recall last year, each council member had personal meetings with Lyle Summick, our facilitator. So when we do strategic planning, very, very valuable to have somebody from the outside guide us toward this document. Very valuable. Lyle talked with each council member, got feedback on thoughts for the future, where the city was headed. We took some of that feedback and he prepared a draft. You'll recall the end of July of 18, we had a citizen summit and really did a similar activity with citizens. We had 30-some citizens, I think, in attendance. So when we talk about vision, we're talking about the future of Saginaw in 15 years. When we refer to a plan, we're talking about a 5-year window. And when we get down to execution, an actual agenda, we're talking about an annual action plan as well as mission and core beliefs. Go to 4. So what does that mean? We're starting with a very broad view and going down to a narrower scope. I will come before you at a future council meeting and bring an annual action plan. So in the future, pending the City Council's adoption of this document, we'll tie all of our actions to one of these broad goals. Because if we're not moving toward our goal, then we're not following the intent of the plan. So Saginaw Vision 2033. Saginaw 2033 is the hometown choice for families. Saginaw 2033 is a beautiful community. You'll note the script that it's numbered. We have 7 principles, so you'll note some of those. A beautiful community with vibrant commercial corridors and activity centers and a strong local economy. In 2033, Saginaw residents will enjoy great neighborhoods with quality, affordable housing, abundant leisure facilities and programs for all, and easy mobility. If you go to the next page. So we have each of these 7 principles outlined, what that means. So those meanings came directly from you, not from staff. This was not a staff plan. This is a plan brought forward from the community and from our elected officials. So all these statements came from you, and staff will use that to guide actions in the future. You know, I'm happy to read those or walk through any of those, but I'll just note our principles and keep moving forward. This might be a good spot to stop if there's questions or comments. Okay. We'll go to the next page, address the next 2 principles, vibrant commercial corridors and activity centers, as well as strong local economy. And then 5 and 6.
Could you address real quick state-of-the-art technology infrastructure? What does that mean, or what does that mean to? I think I know what it means, but I want to hear what y'all think.
Tell me where that's at. Which
Principle number 3 on page 6.
Oh, you're getting into the weeds on the principle, aren't you?
I'm just asking. I'm just really curious.
State-of-the-art technology infrastructure. I recall discussion related to.
Because spoiler alert, I don't think we're there. So.
No.
It's high-speed internet, much more broadband.
Correct.
Are we talking just for the city? Or are we talking
for the community?
For the community, we have some issues. This is going to surprise you with the railroad dividing, where there's not as good high-speed access. In fact, for a public facility, Public Works has had challenges with data. That's my recollection. On the staff side, I know we talked about in the long term having a technology strategic plan and continuing to update our.
That's sort of where I was going. Is
resources.
a technology master plan as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That
Go
was
ahead.
my recollection.
I think Barngrover had a lot to do with some of that.
That's one of the things he left.
At the outset,
he said before he left is I really think we should have a. Yeah, and he was right.
Yeah. We'll go to 5 and 6. Great neighborhoods with quality, affordable housing, abundant leisure facilities and programs. 7, if you'll recall, easy mobility was an add as the final principle, because you'll note some of these things. Unfortunately, the city doesn't have direct control over TxDOT highways, the railroads, that sort of thing. We will continue to work with those partners to move forward the goals of the city. So I guess that's a pretty good stopping point on the principles. Any questions or comments? Okay. If we go to page 10, it's a mission statement. Our mission is to provide exceptional customer service, to work in partnership with our community, to act in a financially responsible manner, resulting in superior city services and a more livable community. And then those principles are defined starting on page 11. And again, these definitions, if you'll recall from the exercise with Lyle, came from the council and from input from the Citizen Summit. Principle 3 and 4. Principle 5. It's a good stopping point on those related to the mission. Any questions, comments?
So just in the big picture, so just in corporate vision, mission, vision is something that we're looking towards. Mission is the action of getting there. So that's why we're seeing principles in sets of vision, principle in sets of mission.
That's correct.
So our mission principles are much more action-oriented. Mm-hmm. And then we get into the very action-oriented portion of this document, which is exciting.
That's correct. So the next section is the 5-year plan. So I think we've called that in the packet Exhibit B, the goals for 2023, which the time this was drafted, we're in 18. It's a 5-year planning horizon. And the goals are, as outlined, maintain a financially sound city, providing superior services, improve mobility and traffic flow, more beautiful, livable community, develop vibrant activity centers in major corridors, and expand community quality of life amenities. They're outlined with objectives as well as what that kind of the deliverable, what that means to the observer or residents. Go to goal 2. Some of these projects you'll note in this document are either completed or in progress. Working with Lyle, I'll bring forward the annual action plan, which will, in future years, my goal would be to run that through the budget process. So things only get done when there's a dedication of time, resources, or staff commitment. And looking at this annually through the budget process, I think is a pretty practical way to do things. Go to goal 3. Goal 4. If you want to scroll down to the other document. That one. Keep going.
The scoring document.
Yeah, the score, yeah. So this has the same, keep going.
These are the goals.
Yeah, keep going.
Scored.
Yeah, that one, keep going. So these are the goals in the 5-year plan, the 5-year goals. But if you'll recall, in a group setting, Lyle went around the room and kind of polled the council to see where everybody lined up on various things. So if you go down, kind of broad things, and it gets down into, keep going, sorry. Yeah, so here's an example of our voting. So for example, challenges and opportunities. Priority 5 means 5 council members thought that changing city operation and service delivery through best practice and innovation was something we need to pursue. So that for me is clear that staff's attention needs to be directed there. You'll see, just drawing one out, the very bottom one was anti-government attitude at the state and national level. That exists, but it's not...
it's not a priority.
Correct, of the council. So this is majority rules, and that's where we'll have...
And 5 is that's a strong majority. There are some that are 6 and 7. So
yeah. We can keep going. really have nothing further to add other than take comments from the council. Like I said, our intent is to bring back a action plan to you. Going forward in a few months, I would like to be able to tie action items of the council back to each of these goals, because like I mentioned, if we're not doing something that's in pursuit of our goals, then it's not something we should be doing. Now, I'll leave a caveat that this document is not a magical cure-all. It's not going to solve every disagreement or maybe difference in direction or perceived direction, but very valuable for staff, myself personally, and I think valuable tool for us to show to the community. These are things we've decided are important, and here's how we're going to get there. So,
well, it's also a living document as well.
It is
constantly.
yeah.
Things will be dropping off the list, added to the list. So it's.
That's correct.
When I look at this, and there's already things that I know have changed since we've discussed this how many months ago. So.
That's correct. What I'm looking from the council this evening is if the vision, the main goals are there and correct.
Are council questions for Gabe? Questions about this document?
We've been looking at it a long time. It's time to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So what would you see, how would you see updating this, Gabe? What would be your plan?
You know, I think there's value every 5 years for doing a major look, just like we do with most of our guiding plans. Our comprehensive plan is reviewed generally in 5-year increments to make sure that everything is still structurally sound. I think that we'll have discussions through the annual work plan as part of the budget process. I would ask the council that, on some, at the council's pleasure, determined basis, that we sit and talk about my performance as they relate to these goals. So as city manager, personality-wise, we might not have the same personality, might not have the same taste in jokes or movies, but if we're meeting the goals of the city and we can show that, then that's how you hold me accountable, and that's what I'd expect.
I guess one of my questions was, we have policy actions here that will need to be updated every year, right?
That's correct.
So they're a piece of this that will be updated on.
And if there are major shifts in direction or state and federal government, then this is something we need to bring to the attention of the council, get feedback, and amend the plan as needed. So
okay.
It's something that can very easily be changed at the council's pleasure.
So I have just one interacting question between council and you on the policy areas. Is it your expectation that the council initiate those policy areas, or will you be bringing those forward through various agendas, through, even if it's not in the budget process, will you be bringing those forward, or would you be asking us to say, hey, what policies do you want to see executed this year as part of your work plan?
That'd be
what do you expect?
Yeah, that'd be my desire that comes from the council. That there's,
okay.
Now, it can be broad direction, and then we can get you into the weeds as much as you'd like, but I'm not going to generally step out on a limb and say this is what we're doing, absent some direction from the mayor and council.
So I think as part of your work plan and developing that, it would be a good idea for us to just hold a policy workshop here in the public, identify those policy areas, and help give you direction towards your work plan. Does that make sense?
That'd be great. One thing I might offer to you is that organizations that are focused on goals, I don't want to add more length to our meetings, but it wouldn't be a bad thing if we, at a regular schedule, added an additional meeting just for discussion type items. Now, we do this as a matter of past practice, kind of tack it on agendas, and we have these discussions. Some cities have a meeting dedicated only for workshop type items, just so that staff can get direction and we don't bring something forward that's not going to have concurrence of a council majority or cause friction or something like that. So I'm certainly open to that. Do I think we need to do that every month? No. maybe quarterly, maybe twice a year. You tell me, I'm willing to accommodate whatever.
I think timing associated with getting the work plan pulled together and setting the policy agenda for the year would need to coincide somehow with the budget process,
Yes.
maybe a couple of months in advance, maybe 3 months in advance to give you some time to infuse it into the budget process.
Yeah, I agree, and I think my general approach, once upon a time I was in the budget office, that's where I started, but probably the same time of year when we talk broad themes in budget, which is February to March, which is plenty of time for us to get feedback from the council before we get into the thick of things as we're entering now, the summer season, where financial decisions are made and pretty well direction set. So, yeah, bringing that up and as a Happy New Year present to the City Council, that would be good.
And then maybe again at mid-year?
Yeah.
Mid-year adjustment time?
Yep.
Something like that?
And these projects, too, this is not set in stone, and it's not a legally binding document, but there's going to be times when we need to amend things or project schedules drift and things change that are out of our control. So we can revisit it anytime.
There are a number of policy areas that will require a significant amount of staff time and time to execute. And not talking about a couple of weeks, we're talking probably a couple of quarters, 6 months for some of these things to execute. So it makes sense to just outline that policy agenda early enough in the year so that you have time to build around it.
Sure.
All right. Council, other feedback, other questions? Okay. If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the master strategic plan as presented. I said it right.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed, there are none. Thank you. Thank you, Gabe.
Thank you, Gabe.
All right, while we're on technology, can I mention a pet peeve of mine? Having to do this like it's 1970. I've got this button I want to push, on here. So can we make that this fancy new council chamber? Can we make it so we can push buttons? I know other cities can do it, so put that on our list. All right, moving forward. At 6:52, recess into a workshop. Item number 13, update on Citizen Police Academy. And for that, Councilmember Cindy Bighorse.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow council members, staff, and citizens of Saginaw. I had the privilege of attending the Saginaw Citizen Police Academy earlier this year, and my reason for attending was different than most of the students because I kind of wanted to get a better feel for our police department and how, as council, we could serve them better. So we were the class of 2019, and 13 has always played a really important, the number 13 has already played an important part in my life. So we were the 13th class of graduates. We had 13 students in our class that graduated. We had 7 women, 6 men. We ranged in age from high school to retired, and Corporal Knotgrass noted that, and he used our words, not his, that we were a bunch of do-nothings and a trophy wife wannabe. We also had a couple...
Were you the trophy wife, Cindy?
Wow.
No.
I'm just curious.
We also had some foreigners in our class. We had a young lady from England. Her husband's working at Lockheed for a few months, and then we had a couple from Blue Mound. So
That's foreigner, too.
they were foreigners, too.
From Blue Mound, yes.
Corporal Tammy Dennison was the coordinator for this class. She did a great job on the first day. She gave us our guidelines. We talked about our code of conduct, our dress code, the attendance requirements, and the objective of the classes. And then she released us to the wolves. And these are staff members that talked about the department overviews, the behind-the-scenes activities, and the duties and responsibilities for each of those areas inside the facility. We were able to participate in write-outs. That was a tremendous amount of fun. I'm ready to do it again. And I think we toured almost every square inch of the police department, at least those areas that we were allowed to visit. We had a hands-on activity on a weekend. We had a mock crime scene, and we also had a demonstration of the less lethal weapons. And trust me, I would not want to be on the receiving end of that either. Then we had our after-graduation responsibilities presented to us from the Alumni Association, the different ways that we can support our police department, and that's through keeping our eyes open at home and throughout the community, giving them food, providing them holiday meals. Food showed up a lot of times in these classes. And also there are many volunteer opportunities through city events and even tasks within the police department itself. So this was our curriculum. We had 11 weeks of very intense training, but it was fascinating, and one of my classmates is in here, and I think he would agree with that. For me, I think the most interesting and probably the most talented group of people in the department are the communications, records, and dispatch. I thought I could multitask. I'm nothing compared to what these individuals can do. They are truly remarkable, and we're very fortunate to have them here in our city. But I have to admit, Sergeant Crippen probably gave the most impressive presentation. He blasted through 168 slides in 3 hours. And for those of you who are pulling out your calculators, Patrick, that's 56 slides an hour. So, and he covered every one of them in a lot of detail and with clarity. So that was the Saginaw criminal cases. It was really interesting. We covered everything from the history of policing to what it takes to become an officer here in Saginaw. So here's some photos from our field day. You can see we were involved in fingerprint lifting, taping off the crime scene, and of course the ever so famous do-nothings. So what did I take away from this class? Well, Saginaw is staffed with the cream of the crop, and I throw that in there for our dairy farmer city manager. Our police department projects a positive image within the community. They seem to enjoy doing that, and I hear that from citizens every time we have events. They like seeing the uniformed officers there. They're proud to serve alongside code enforcement, animal services, and they reluctantly even admitted the fire department. A lot of times I heard them talk about how much fun it is to wake up those pretty boys in the middle of the night with a phone call needing something. Our officers seem to be grateful for the training that they receive. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think T. Cole states that officers need 40 hours of training every 2 years. Sergeant Andrus does a wonderful job trying to find economical, a lot of times free training. And he stated that a lot of our officers get 100 hours every 2 years. So contrary to popular belief, if you train them, they're going to run away. From what I understand, these people feel stronger and work better together because they are well trained and they're working together as trained men and women. I was surprised to hear that domestic violence is the biggest problem that we have in the community. And even though we have problems with drugs and theft, a lot of that's committed by unwelcome visitors from surrounding communities. And we have our own Otis Campbell, for those of you who watched the Andy Griffith Show back in the 60s. Evidently, there's a couple of frequent flyers, I think they call them, that knock on the door, want to come in looking for a place to sleep it off, and that ever-popular midnight honey bun snack. Officer Joe Bozinko's name seemed to crop up in every meeting. So I know our economic development director was talking about an art park and art displayed around the city. I think we need to get a tribute to Officer Joe.
With reels and reels of tickets.
With a smile on his face.
And a motorcycle running over him. So what does our department need? Well, again, listening to the officers in these classes, they consider themselves extremely fortunate, better than some of our neighboring departments. I heard over and over again, they can grab a key and climb into any car and it runs. Evidently, Fort Worth does not have that luxury. Don't tell Rex I said that. However, I think as a council and as a city, we need to continue to look and listen for ways to keep our police department current and safe, and same thing for our fire department, but I'll get to you with the next class. But there's a lot of improvements with technology and equipment that could help these guys. And Captain Murillo, no 50 caliber yet. You're going to have to wait for that. And I understand this is in the works. I'd like to reevaluate the employee assistance program for the police and the fire departments. They don't have a cushy job like our city manager does, stress-free. But I think that we need to look at what we can do to try to help these guys, because they see the worst of the worst, whether it's situations or people, day in and day out. And I guess that's night in and night out as well. They need more staff, and I understand they don't want to just fill a position. They want to fill it with quality people. But the officers that we listen to in our class, they work extra hours, they pull extra duties, and they don't seem to mind. They enjoy their work, and they're happy to serve. And I know a lot of people aren't going to be happy about this one because they're not going to be able to get to Walmart, but I heard several times we need that bridge. They could cut off 5 to 7 minutes in their response time with that bridge in place. And last but not least, there's that ever popular food again. And this time they're asking for protein, especially 24-hour places where they can eat for the B shift. And that would also help their response time as well, because a lot of times they have to hit Fort Worth or Blue Mound to find places to eat late at night. And they want to thank the council member that provides them food on a regular basis, and I understand the officer that issued the ticket is going to live with that mistake forever. And I would like to encourage anyone on our council to consider taking this class. It was definitely worthwhile. I would do it again, but it would be pointless. But and anyone wanting to assume one of our seats on the council should also consider taking this course. So what's next for me? I've already signed up for the Saginaw Citizen Police Alumni Association, and I'm also looking at taking part 2 of the CPA. I've signed up for the Citizens Emergency Response Team, and I'm working on completing my prerequisites now for that class. The 8-week session started a couple weeks ago, but July 13th is the same class, but it's only 3 weekends. And then I want to also complete CERT 2 by following up with the Support 14 rehab course. I want to give a special thanks to Jan Young, who hounded me every time she saw me. You got to take this class. You got to take this class. I did. I was scared of her. Still am. And I want to thank Chief Howell and Corporal Dennison for changing the training night to Monday night so I could attend. And I understand that the current president, Tracy Joe, is one of the key players or key reasons why the why the meetings have moved to Monday night, so council members can attend if they decide to take the class, and so that CPA alumni can also attend city council meetings. They've been wanting to do that for a while. Also want to thank the instructors, and I've got a long list of them here. And if you notice, we had Corporal Crippen, Sergeant Crippen, in flip-flops, showed up several times at our classes. And I also want to thank the ride-along officers. All of these people took time out of their schedule and still managed to complete their duties and answer all of our questions. This was more enlightening than I had ever hoped it would be, and I truly appreciate the opportunity, and I thank everyone that was involved for letting me participate. Thank you.
Great presentation.
Any questions for Cindy?
I graduated class 8.
Oh.
Good.
Oh, excellent, Charles.
So in part 2, you spelled it Cajun. Is there a reason you spelled it Cajun?
I was bored.
Oh.
All right, thank you, Cindy. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks to the police department as well. Item number 14, direction regarding Willow Creek Park Playground. For that, City Manager Gabe Braham. Mr. Farr?
Yes, I will step out. I do have a conflict of interest with this. My wife is the president of Project Dream Play, so I'm going to leave it in capable hands.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, Gabe, Rick?
Mayor and Council, this is an item requesting your direction. Rick will go through kind of the scope of a project we recently bid. So in your packet, you have some items. The Willow Creek Park Playground, as it was bid, Project Dream Play, as you know, is fundraising, raising money for the first All Abilities Playground in the city. This project was bid back in May and came in over a project budget from 4 or 5 years ago, $100-some thousand. So we're at a point where we either take action or we do something further. And with that, Rick is going to kind of talk about some of the components of the project.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There is a memo that I wrote to Gabe in your packet. I'm going to kind of go over some numbers and talk a little bit about the scope of work that was actually bid. As he mentioned, the original estimate was about $368,000. As we went into the bid, we found out that, of course, that estimate was dated, and like every other project we seem to do, the bids came in much higher. So expenditures to date, we entered into a contract with Laterra Contractor, architects, landscape architects in Dallas for $32,500 to design the playground facility, at least the first phase. There's future phases planned. Again, $368,000 was the estimate. We bid on June 11th, actually, and the bid came in at a little over $482,000. The top 3 bids were within $4,000 of each other, so we got a good bid. I mean, there wasn't any reason to think that we would have any success reducing it if we were to rebid the project. So we're left with the prospect of either canceling the bid or moving forward with some either reduced scope or the contract as bid. And so city contribution, we've committed a little over $178,000 to the project. And I think the Project Dream Play has about $160,000 from their site this morning available. So that leaves us with a deficit of $178,000 to complete the project. I'll just talk a little bit about the scope of the work. Again, there were 17 bid items. Bear with me just a second. And 70% of the price or the scope or the cost of the work is in 2 items. Those 2 items are the actual playground equipment themselves, which is $128,000, and then, or I'm sorry, the equipment, which is $200,000. The rest of it is the fall protection surfacing, which I think we've been briefed on before, which is a rubberized surfacing to protect children if they were to fall from the equipment. That's $128,000. The rest of the bid items that are located through the contract are in the range of $15,000 to $20,000. So those are very minimal projects. There's really not a substantive or effective way to reduce that contract or for the staff, for example, to assume any of that work in a way that would allow us to get to the required contract amount. Now, having said that, if we were able to get to the contract amount with available funds, we would still have to have permission from the contractor. In Texas, there's rules for bidding and contracting. You can always go under the contract or bid them out with the contractor's permission, and you can't go over 25% at all. It's a violation of state law. So we haven't even talked to the contractor just because of the large discrepancy or need in funds. So if you have any questions about scope, we've asked the architect to look at maybe ways to reduce maybe the playground equipment, to get something out there that would be meaningful. And we're still looking at that, but again, I think it's worthy to come tonight and ask for some direction from the council.
Does this bid include parking?
Excuse me?
Does this bid include parking?
There's only striping for parking. The actual parking lot out there today is not included, or rehab of that parking lot is not included in the contract.
Okay.
So that's not a opportunity for cost savings.
No, we need parking lots. I just
Yeah.
was curious.
Mr. Mayor, if I might add a couple things. Had some discussions with Texas Parks and Wildlife regarding potential grant opportunities to fund a portion of this project. They are available. The grant that this project would fall under has an application period that ends in December of this year. Funding determinations are made in May 2020, and projects can't be funded per state requirements until July 2020. I would tell you that we would have to rebid the project, and I'm not a bidding person, but waiting a year on a project, the cost is going to go up. Would also note that as part of a long-term kind of citywide look at things, the project gets us some kind of points towards our ADA compliance. The existing playground, the general area, and I'm a playground user. I push my kids off slides routinely. I love playgrounds. But the existing playground that this would replace has really met its useful life. And you know, the sooner, the better, really. But we're happy to hear from you, your direction, and figure out what we need to do to move forward.
Council, thoughts? Cindy?
I know the playground that we're talking about replacing, I've talked with several families. Their kids love the equipment. They don't necessarily like the gravel that's there. Is there any way that we could salvage that equipment?
My understanding is that equipment doesn't meet current standards for playground safety, so I don't believe it can be salvaged. Do you know? We have a certified playground inspector on staff, Paul, which that's got to be one of the greatest jobs in the city, go test playgrounds. But my understanding is no, it could be.
Yeah, we had an assessment done of our city parks. I'd have to go back and see what the conclusion was, but I agree that the playground is so dated, I think that there might be pinch points and things of that nature that wouldn't meet current standards.
If I'm not mistaken, some of that equipment is quite aged. That, as Charles and I had dealt with on the Parks Board when we were there, that stuff was old when we were on the Parks Board.
True. Mary?
Gabe or Kim or whoever has the answer. Since we're excuse me, nearing the end of our fiscal year, is there a place in the budget that we have funds available that could be used for this?
There's if it's a will of the council to move forward with the project as bid, there's a number of ways we could fund things. My understanding, and I apologize for not recognizing Project Dream Play. They have some folks here that may wish to speak, but we could use fund balance potentially for a portion of that. We're talking about potentially doing a tax note to accomplish some projects where we could finance it. So if it's a will of the council, we can make it happen.
Well, I think, the committee and we as a council have been working on this for quite some time. It would be a shame to have to abandon it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would want to abandon, but I would say it's you've heard it, pay me now or pay me later. If we were to wait, I feel like the cost as bid would go up, and that's where we're at.
What anybody from Project Dream Play? Missy, want to address the council? You want to add anything? Welcome, Misty Farr.
I would just say that the cost is going to continue going up. We've been working on this for 11 years now, and our initial estimate was $500,000, if you remember, and we had to pare it down to phases to get to the estimate that we got a couple years ago for 368 or whatever the number is. We're creeping back up to the original budget with less playground. So we've talked to you guys for several years that we feel like we've turned over every single rock that we possibly can. We've got fundraisers still scheduled, but they bring in a couple $100s a time. We've had some very generous donors who have donated $100,000 in the last 6 months. Those don't come along all the time, and I don't think it's reasonable to just sit and wait for somebody else to give us a big handout. We are continuing to diligently work. There are some grants that we will continue to apply for. They're nominal, $500 here and there. We can apply for those once a year. The other grants that we've applied to have not come through, and I think when I look at who they are funding, it is organizations who are trying to put a playground on their property. So it's a Big Brothers Big Sisters organization or a shelter or something like that. I think because this is going to become city property, donors aren't interested in donating. I'm speculating, but just judging by where they send their money, that's what I've concluded. So, I would ask that the city council strongly consider funding the rest of the playground, and let's get it done.
Thank you, Misty. So gave the TPWD that grant. What size dollars would we be looking at?
So it's a 50% match up to $2 million in project scope. And again, that application period would be December 2019. Funding determination would be made in May, and we couldn't use funds until July 20. So it would delay at least a year. I talked with the program manager. He seemed to think that the project would be pretty a strong contender, but there's no guarantee, of course. Right. One thing I forgot to mention, Misty and I have talked. They're within maybe 20,000 of the remaining half of the initial project budget. They have a plan to kind of get there with is it fence posts, selling name recognition to get that last part of their match. We anticipate, they've been thankfully pretty steady in raising money. When people see dirt move, it definitely piques interest. So there's some ways of getting there.
So that Parks and Wildlife grant, potential to get a lot of money, but no guarantee, and we'd have to wait a year. So those are the
and we would definitely have to rebid the project.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
Any other council comments? My comments, I'm a big fan of this project. I want it to move forward. It's unfortunate it came in over, but those things happen. I think we can find the money. We've talked that the loan that we're looking at for the tax purposes as well would be an excellent opportunity, or other places. We have cash reserves. My suggestion would we move forward, full steam ahead. I want to get this thing on the ground. As Misty said, we've been talking about it for years. Y'all been talking about it longer than we have, but we've been talking about it a while. I think it's great for the city and for the kids, and I think the sooner we have this done, it'd be a great thing. I think it will draw folks to the community. It will incentivize us to spruce up Willow Creek Park, add more parking and other things like that that will benefit the community as a whole, not just the kids using this park. So I like the park idea because, as we mentioned before, it's for all kids. Any and all kids can play there and enjoy it, so that's a great thing. Did we add splash pads and stuff to this? Okay, next phase. Okay, but it will. Eventually, probably, hopefully, yeah, I got you. No. So that would be my thought. What does anybody else think on this? It'd be good to make a decision and give some direction to staff this evening. Mary?
Well, I've made it clear. I think we should go forward.
Okay.
I agree. We need to do this.
Mr. Beasley, excellent.
Are we going to do something to our other parks too?
That's a good question, Councilmember Tankersley. So if it's council's desire to move forward, the next action item, we would bring a contract award to you at our next council meeting, get the contractor started. And Rick, do you recall the construction timeline? 6 or 8 months, or yeah. Famous last words, but playgrounds are generally pretty quick builds.
We
Thankfully,
get dirt moving pretty quickly. Is what you're
right.
saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
we could start this summer. We are looking at, as part of preparation for a potential May 2020 bond election, we're looking at the parks system-wide, and more than likely, any substantial improvements to existing parks would come to voters as part of a potential bond election, because I think we received public feedback, which will be presented to you in the next month or so. We've identified 30 million of potential parks projects system-wide. So there's certainly more desire out there than what we have dollars to spend, which is the case for about everything. But this is definitely a step in the right direction.
All right. Cindy?
Yeah. I'd also like some feedback on any of the playground equipment that we could salvage. I know not all of the equipment out there has pinch points, but maybe we could relocate them to a different park, possibility. And also for the Project Dream Play Committee, as you know, my granddaughter was the one that spearheaded the project for the fruit trees over by the park area, and a lot of people have said they'd like to contribute trees as well, and I don't know if you want to use that as a fundraiser. So, and I know my granddaughter would be happy to have more trees out there, because I think the squirrels ate all of her peaches, and she's not happy about that.
Happens. Thanks, Cindy.
Just respond to Ms. Big Horse. We'll come back to you with a memo to let you know what the status of the equipment is, whether or not it can be salvaged and reused.
Okay, thank you.
And I would also like to respond to Ms. Tankersley, or Mayor Pro Tem Tankersley. I believe it's still on the website. These park plans that Gabe alluded to are available for viewing on the city's website, and we've been receiving comments for the last 30 days or so in preparation for the 23rd. I believe we're coming back to council with some schematics or concepts.
Excellent. All right, I think we have direction. We're not taking a vote on this, correct? So we're just...
That's correct. So just to be clear, it's the council's desire to bring a construction award contract next council meeting.
Everybody okay with that? Everybody good?
Okay.
Move forward. Full steam ahead. Thank you. Thank you. Project Dream Play. Misty, Allie. Thank y'all. Yeah, we do need to get Patrick. Don't forget about him. So we are on item number 15 at 7:22. Reconvene back into regular session. We'll get Mr. Farr.
Taking a nap.
I'm out of town for that council meeting. You're in charge.
Okay.
You're going to be here, right?
I'll be.
You'll be in town? Okay.
I'll be.
Okay.
He's working in Dallas now. I don't leave.
All right, so at 7:23, we will accuse ourselves into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.087. We will return to adjourn.
We're back. Kim's like, okay. August the 6th, I'll write that down. Are you taking your lovely wife?
We're going to Canada.
All right.
We're going on our annual trek to Canada. Got it. All right, at 8:18, turn for an executive session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
A second. Oh, I'll third.
Oh, that's right. My apologies. As per our tradition, the new council member gets to make the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, I retract my motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. Mr.
I make a
Beasley.
motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Third.
All those in favor? Right. All those opposed? 8:19. We're adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Beasley. Well done.
Hey, Gabe, I want to tell you thank you for that